Station Houston on Space to Ground 2 for Satoshi and CG correct activity.
Radio 2.
Good afternoon, Satoshi. We have 4 items for you for the CG correct activity when you're ready to copy.
Okay, ready to copy.
Okay, item 1, on the Emer life raft in the C7 pallet, we'd like you to attempt to strap down the handle with the Velcro strap. From the photos, it did not appear to be strapped down.
Copy.
For item 2, the double cold bag in the C7-2 location has a buckle that's on the edge of the DCB. We'd prefer for that buckle to be on the flat of the bag instead of on the edge. This is best effort.
Copy.
Item 3, bag 14, in between seats 2 and 3, appears to not have its zipper sliders fully closed. Please try to close those zipper sliders, best effort.
Okay.
And then item 4, we would like your confirmation that all Milson fasteners are torqued down on the lockers in the C5 pallet.
Yep, the 2 polars were torqued to 75 inch-pounds. The 2 single stowage lockers were torqued to 33 inch-pounds.
Okay, we copy on item 4. And those are all the items we had for the CG correct activity.
Okay, in there.
Houston copies.
Houston, Dragon on Space Ground 2.
Houston's here.
For the strap that's on the edge on 7-2, only one side is adjustable, so there's no, I can't really move it. there's only one side that straps down, so it falls where it falls with me tightening it.
Okay, we copy. Station Houston on Space to Ground 2 for Cupola SSC action.
Houston, real quick, let me cut in from Dragon. So the Emer life raft strap is now under the handle is now under the strap. I think that's what you wanted. Bag 14, we did our best, but it just bulges a bit. But I did tuck the zippers into the little cloth holder, and then I already talked to you about that buckle that's on the edge.
We copy all, Jaws, and that is good config. Thanks for taking those actions.
And Houston, I'm with you on 2 for Cupola SSC.
Hey, Laurel, could you please open the lids on SSC 7 and 16 in the cupola so we can continue working setup for the Dragon departure?
Copy.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2 for Laurel and Dragon Tool setup.
With you on 2.
Hey Laurel, just wanted to let you know we have an error in your execution note for the Dragon Tool setup activity. For your VV shortcut that you're selecting, you'll be selecting docking, RPOP, docking Dragon A, Zenith depart.
Okay.
And Laurel, apologies, it's just one single RPOP. So RPOP, docking Dragon A, Zenith depart. The Zenith is really where the error was lacking.
Did you see both those SSCs online now?
We copy. And Laurel, we do see both those SSCs online.
SpaceX Dragon on the big loop. Dragon cabin configuration for departure complete.
And Dragon SpaceX, we copy. You're complete with Dragon cabin cargo configuration. And Dragon SpaceX on the big loop.
With you on the big loop, and looking for a go and 3.1 for LIO cartridge reconfig.
You are go for 3.1 on Dragon, and we will be using LIO cartridge number 2.
Copy, number 2.
SpaceX Dragon on the big loop. Contact from pilot.
And Dragon, I have you loud and clear on the big loop. How me?
You loud and clear as well. Just to let you know that seat 3 and seat 4 are in and connected to the umbilical. Still not strapped, but we'll wait a little bit for that.
Copy. Seat 3 and 4 are seated and hanging out. Sounds good, Dragon.
SpaceX, is there anything that you need me to be working on, procedure-wise?
Negative, Dragon, as long as crew are working through 2.103, which I think JAWS is doing.
All right, copy.
Jack, Blue, Lyle cartridge swap complete.
Copy, Jaws. Lyo cartridge swap complete and was unseal time 1255 Zulu.
Affirm.
Copy. Thanks, Dragon.
SpaceX Dragon on the big loop. We are complete on our side through step 3.7. Let us know if we're good to proceed with 3.8 to close the Dragon hatch.
And Houston, as a follow-up, at step 3.6 Bravo, I think we were looking for a go from you, and let you know that the EMR hardware has been moved to the node 2 forward end cone and node 2 deck as per the procedure.
We copy, Mike.
And Dragon, stand by a sec. We're just double checking config on the ground. And Dragon SpaceX, we are ready for forward hatch closure.
Dragon copies, closing the hatch.
And Houston Station, just again looking for that go, 2.103, steps 3.6 Bravo to step 7.
Mike, you are go in 3.6 Bravo.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us. We're live here in Mission Control Houston, the International Space Station Flight Control Room at Johnson Space Center in Texas.
Port hatch is closed. We're going to be sending some state commands.
This view coming to you live from the International Space Station of Dragon Endurance. Endurance will be carrying the Crew 7 astronauts and cosmonauts home today, with an undocking scheduled for 11:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 10:20 a.m. Central Time. Endurance arrived at the International Space Station 197 days ago. In total, it spent 199 days in space by the time it splashes down, which is scheduled for tomorrow morning, March 12th. Currently, teams here in Mission Control Houston are working with teams at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California, in preparation for the undocking of the spacecraft, again coming at 11:20 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. Meanwhile, crew aboard the International Space Station are preparing for the very same thing. We have 4 crew members who will be returning back to Earth. That journey starting today, and again splashdown scheduled for tomorrow. Returning to Earth will be Jasmine Mugbelli, NASA astronaut, ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Andreas Mogensen, JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Satoshi Furukawa, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. For 2 of these crew members, it was their first trip to space. That'd be Jasmine Mugbelli and Konstantin Borisov. Andreas Mogensen, who has been serving as the commander of the International Space Station, now has 209 days in space. And Satoshi Furukawa has logged 366 days in space across his 2 trips. The departure of Crew 7 this morning comes just about a week after the arrival of Crew 8 to the International Space Station, bringing 4 new crew members. So over the last week, we've had a total of 11 astronauts and cosmonauts aboard the International Space Station. The departure today will bring it back down to the 7 crew members we typically keep aboard.
Until Matt on 2.
Huntsville 50 on 2.
Touch temperature LED is green.
We copy green.
And with that little bit of communication, we just heard that the hatch inside Dragon Endurance is now closed. All 4 returning crew members, they're getting your first view inside the spacecraft this morning. They are now inside. Looks like Andy Mogensen there. He has been serving as the commander of the International Space Station, and yesterday that was handed over to Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Kononenko. Now that the crew is inside Dragon Endurance, they will take some next steps. As you can see, Andy Mogensen is already suited up. The other crew members have a chance to do so once they get inside the spacecraft, and they'll remain in their suits through the undocking. Again, that undocking scheduled for 10:20 a.m. Central, 11:20 a.m. Eastern. They'll then be able to doff their suits, anticipating a splashdown tomorrow morning, so they'll have an amount of time that they are off duty, essentially, in Dragon. Once that undock command is sent, it takes a few minutes for the hooks to open and fully detach Dragon from the space station. There will be a few short thrusters, a few short firings of a few of the thrusters before Dragon starts to slowly back away. Those are the undock burns, and then eventually we'll get into the depart burns, continuing to move Dragon further away from the International Space Station. Even though it will be attached to the or it will be detached from the space station at that time. We will still be in integrated operations, as the crew and the spacecraft will still be in the approach ellipsoid and keep out sphere. These are what we use in Mission Control Houston to monitor the arrival and departure of visiting spacecraft. Once the crew and Dragon Endurance exit the approach ellipsoid, we will be out of those. We will be out of that joint management between NASA and SpaceX will continue to control the rest of the flight, Dragon flying autonomously the entire way home. Meanwhile, Mission Control Houston will continue monitoring the return of the astronauts and cosmonaut. And while we won't be on air after exiting the approach ellipsoid, we will continue to provide updates live on our mission audio coverage on nasa.gov. Again, this view inside Dragon Endurance, which has been in space by the time it splashes down tomorrow for 199 days.
And Dragon, this is Houston on the Big Loop. Stand by as we reconfigure the Big Loop. We'll be down about 5 minutes.
Dragon copies.
Station copy.
Again, the hatch has closed in Dragon Endurance, separating the crew of Crew 7, who are preparing to return home after 197 days aboard the International Space Station, again targeting undocking for 10:20 a.m. Central Time. Currently aboard the International Space Station, we have Commander Oleg Kononenko of Roscosmos, along with Nikolai Chub, NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara, Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov, NASA astronaut Matt Dominic, NASA astronaut Mike Fink, NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Grebyankin. The Crew 8 crew that arrived just last week will remain aboard the International Space Station for about 6 months, just like this departing Crew 7 crew has done, continuing to work on the research going on aboard the International Space Station. And some of that is packed here, as you can see, in Dragon. This morning, the crew members worked to load some of those cargo bags as well as cold payloads, bringing back that critical research, and not just the crew members themselves. After splashdown tomorrow morning, the crew will be extracted first, and shortly after, this time-critical science will be delivered to the researchers on the ground. The International Space Station is currently flying 256 miles over Sri Lanka. As you can see, it's beginning to enter an orbital nighttime, circling the Earth and seeing a sunrise or a sunset every 45 minutes. One more look inside Dragon Endurance as we prepare to wrap up our hatch closure coverage this morning. Again, the hatch between Dragon and the International Space Station now closed. All 4 returning crew members of Crew 7 inside. Closest to the camera, you see NASA astronaut Jasmine McBelly's suit. She'll begin to ingress that suit shortly before our undocking. Actually, it looks like she might be preparing to do so now. And just behind that, you see ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Andreas Mogensen. And once they undock today, the crew will have spent 197 days aboard the International Space Station, and they're preparing for a splashdown tomorrow. Again, we anticipate that undocking to happen around 10:20 a.m. Central, 11:20 a.m. Eastern, with our coverage going live at 10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern. We'll be back shortly, but for now, this is Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston.
And Dragon Houston on the big loop for a comm check. Audio configuration is complete. Please let me know how my comm is, and then initiate comm check with SpaceX.
Houston, Dragon on the big loop. I got you very, very garbled, almost unreadable.
Okay, copy. You have me garbled and unreadable. I have you loud and clear. How am I now?
A little bit better.
Okay, copy, Andy. We will have SpaceX initiate comm check.
And Dragon SpaceX on the big loop, comm check.
Dragon Houston on the big loop for a voice check. Dragon Houston on the big loop for voice check.
Houston, Dragon on the big loop. Got you loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, copy, and I have you loud and clear as well. We double-checked and did a couple extra configuration items, so we should be in a good config now. And stand by for voice check from core.
And Andy, SpaceX, comm check on the big loop.
SpaceX on the big loop. This is Andy. I've got you loud and clear.
I have you the same.
SpaceX, Dragon, Commander on the big loop, contact.
Jaws, I have you 5x5 on the big loop. How me?
I do the same, thanks. SpaceX, Dragon on the big loop, successful intercom checks complete.
Core copies, intercom checks complete. And Dragon SpaceX on the big loop, I have some updates for you regarding today's undocking when you're ready.
Bye.
So first off, Dragon, weather is looking great for today's undocking attempt. Dragon is also healthy, so that's good news. Two items for you when you are ready to copy.
Okay, SpaceX, stand by one. I'll let you know when we're ready to copy.
Core copies.
Okay, SpaceX, Dragon is ready to copy.
Okay, Dragon. First item, as previously briefed, we are shifting the undock sequence start to 1515 Zulu to avoid a potential conjunction after undock. How copy?
The undock sequence start at 1515.
Second item, Dragon, is regarding GPS antenna 2. So we saw some performance issues, and we will be disabling that GPS during downhill. The remaining GPS units remain healthy, and this change will reduce fault tolerance, but we are still go for undock, and there are no expected actions for you if the other GPS units remain healthy. We do expect to see some GPS2 related cautions during the undock sequence, and we'll try to give you a heads up ahead of time. Again, those cautions are no action. How copy?
Copy, GPS antenna 2 will be disabled, still go, and we may expect some alerts.
That's a good readback. And then finally, Dragon, we have set temperature control to crew control, and it'll remain that way until a little bit later in the mission when we have to switch to pre-chill.
Okay, we copy. We've got temperature control. Dragon on the big loop. You're complete with 4.010 suit dawning and audio config.
Core copies, you are complete with 4.010. We'll let you know when we're ready for 4.011.
Copy, will stand by. Dragon, just be advised, we did not do a visual check of PPRD ISO valve in location 1, so seat 1 is going to get unstrapped.
Core copies, no concern. We have some time. Dragon SpaceX on the big loop.
You on the big loop?
And Dragon, once all 4 crew are back seated and restrained, you do have a go to begin 4.011.
Okay, go for 4.011 once everyone is strapped back in.
And Dragon, we do have TDRS configured now, so if you could test the Dragon to ground by switching to your audio destination, that'd be great.
Dragon on Dragon to ground from C3. How do you read me?
Dragon, I have C3 loud and clear. Good comm check on Dragon to ground.
Dragon is ready to pressurize.
And Dragon, you are go to initiate suit leak check.
Copy, go to initiate suit leak check. ISS Dragon, we see good suit leak check all 4 seats.
Dragon, we see the same, and we're going to be stepping into that GPS-2 commanding now. You may see some cautions on board.
Dragon copies.
Dragon, this is the expected onboard. There will be a few follow-ons. No action required.
Dragon check.
Houston Station on the big loop. The APAS hatch and APAS equalization valve have been closed. I see us ready for Dragon IDA vestibule depress.
Okay, we copy. We'll put that in work, and you are go to continue.
Yep.
And Dragon SpaceX, we're going to begin vestibule depressurization.
Dragon copy, vestibule depress.
addition, while you're checking, hatch seal for the No. 2 overhead hatch is complete, and the seals look good.
Houston copies.
One other question, there's a EMER CTB 1.0. It is a serial number 5509. Just want to verify that that should stay in the PMA.
Copy. We are checking on that as well.
Look it up, stand by.
And Station Houston on Space Ground 2 for Mike.
Go ahead.
Please deploy all 4 desiccants from the kit. And then for the EMER CTB 1.0 serial number 5509, please move that CTB into No. 2 forward end cone.
Good, Quilco.
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground. No response required, but we've started the vestibule leak check and it's looking good so far.
Dragon Captain.
Zone 2. The Node 2 overhead hatch and MPEV are closed. I'll get back to you with an SSC number for the photos here pretty quick.
We copy, Mike. Thanks.
Sensation on 2, the IDA and PMA 3 closeout photos will be on SSC 21.
Copy SSC 21. Thank you.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. The vestibule leak check was complete and nominal. We are going to complete the residual depress and bring that down to 0.
I can copy, C2.
station on 2 for Dragon monitoring.
With you, Laurel.
In step 1, Dragon undocking preparation is complete and the ISS crew is ready for departure.
We copy, thanks. And Station Houston on Space Ground 2 for Laurel.
With you on 2.
Okay, just wanted to confirm with you, let you know that the undock sequence start time is still planned to be 15:15 GMT.
Thanks. I'll be ready.
You're looking at a live view of SpaceX's Mission Control, Hawthorne, California, as Dragon Endurance prepares for its departure from the International Space Station on its way back to planet Earth. It is Monday, March 11th here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. We expect Dragon to push away from the space station at 8:20 a.m. Pacific time or 11:20 a.m. Eastern time with our Crew 7 astronauts, including NASA's Jasmine Mogbelli, European Space Agency astronaut Andreas Mogensen, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Satoshi Furukawa, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. Crew 7 spent 199 days in space, with 197 docked to the space station. During this time, they completed 3,184 orbits of the Earth, traveling more than 84 million statute miles. The crew is currently suited, and the Dragon and station hatches are sealed in preparation for departure. Thanks for tuning in to watch the live coverage of Dragon completing its 7th official long-duration mission from NASA's Commercial Crew Program. Crew 7 is the 7th NASA crew rotation mission and 9th NASA flight with astronauts to the space station, and that's including Demo 2 and Crew 8, as part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program. For those of you following along, you'll know that Crew 8 just arrived last week to the space station and will be taking over for Crew 7, who's now headed home. My name is Jessie Anderson, a manufacturing engineering manager here at SpaceX, and joining me today from NASA Communications is Sandra Jones.
Thanks so much for having me, Jessie. It's really great to be here. Now, once Dragon departs space station today, the crew's flight home is expected to last around 18.5 hours. Shortly after separation, Dragon will use its Draco engines to thrust away from the station in a series of carefully choreographed maneuvers. Up to 5 of these departure burns will be required to increase the distance between the spacecraft and the space station. Dragon will also execute a phasing burn to lower its orbit and line the spacecraft up with its landing location.
The major moments on the trip home are deorbit, then entry and landing, which cover all operations after the final departure maneuver. In that time, trunk separation, closure of the nose cone, a deorbit burn, deployment of the drogue and main parachutes, and then finally splashdown off the coast of Florida will all take place, at which point our teams will recover Jasmine, Andy, Satoshi, and Konstantin. Dragon is targeted to splash down off the coast of Florida on Tuesday, March 12th at 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time or 2:50 a.m. Pacific Time, followed by the crew getting picked up at sea by one of SpaceX's recovery vessels.
Today on board the International Space Station is the Expedition 70 crew, being led by Roscosmos cosmonaut and current space station commander Oleg Kononenko. Of course, just like its approach to the International Space Station, Dragon's departure and deorbit is designed to be fully autonomous, requiring no action from the crew on board. NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara helped the crew members prepare for departure today and will also be watching from the cupola. But the prime departure monitoring role falls on Jasmine Mogbelli from inside Dragon. Mission controls in Houston and Hawthorne will also help to back them up. But for now, let's go over to Leah Cheshire at the Johnson Space Center to talk a bit more about how the station crew have been preparing to send the crew home and what we can expect from here until Dragon departs from station. Leah?
Thanks, Sandra, and welcome to the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas. We are monitoring the departure of Crew 7 this morning, and teams are standing by again for the Go No Go poll coming up here shortly. We are working and monitoring. Earlier this morning, we saw the hatch closure of Crew Dragon Endurance. All 4 crew members are now inside, suited up, and getting ready for their ride home. Of course, we will remain in these integrated operations during the time
Copy, Dragon. Sorry for the miss on the call sign there. And then finally, GPS 2 related cautions may be expected, and they do not require a crew action.
I can copy.
So we're continuing to hear some communications from the ground teams here in Mission Control Houston, as well as the CORE, or the Crew Operations Resource Engineer in Hawthorne, California. The Capcom here today is Amy Dill, and the Flight Director on console in Mission Control Houston is Judd Freeling. So since Crew 8's arrival just last week, we've had a busy week during this handover. Now, over the last several days, the astronauts worked to pack Dragon, I should say, full of the cargo that will return with them. And along with the crew, Dragon's going to be bringing back some of that critical science, including samples for continuing human research, additionally some hardware and other items. Earlier today, Jasmine Mogbelli and Andy Mogensen worked to move some of the cold bags and the polar freezers. These store cold research samples and scientific experiments. Those are now in Dragon Endurance underneath the crew's seats. All of this critical science and cargo is offloaded after we get the crew out of the spacecraft following splashdown. Those scientific samples will be sent to researchers for final analysis within just a few hours of that return. The crew also took some time to get into their SpaceX suits this morning. They had those unpacked and are now ready for the journey home, totally suited and seated. Since getting the hatches closed, all 4 astronauts are in their seats. We're standing by for undocking. And additionally, teams at NASA and SpaceX have been preparing for undocking. They've been conducting checkouts of the Dragon spacecraft and space station systems. Now, one of the items that these teams look for these splashdown opportunities are weather opportunities. We want to make sure that the crew aboard Dragon and the teams who recover them have the best conditions possible for a safe and speedy pickup. We've got a final no-go/no-go poll coming up in just a few minutes. That go-no-go poll will give us an opportunity for both NASA and SpaceX teams to make their final call for Dragon to depart station. That's one of the many checkpoints during the return that will continue all the way up until just before the deorbit burn. That gives the mission managers multiple chances to assess the weather at the splashdown zones and make sure everything is lining up before Dragon departs. Now, again, we've been watching weather over the last few days. We have a great opportunity tomorrow morning, and these astronauts, we expect to see them splash down early tomorrow morning, less than 24 hours from now. Again, we are live here in Mission Control Houston, just standing by for that go-no-go poll. Again, all 4 astronauts and 3 astronauts, 1 cosmonaut are in Dragon Endurance, still docked to the International Space Station, expecting undocking to come at about 11:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 10:20 a.m. Central Time. And it sounds like that go-no-go poll that we were looking for has been completed. We are in joint operations until the spacecraft has exited the approach ellipsoid. This is a 2 by 2 by 4 kilometer sphere around the International Space Station that teams in Mission Control use to monitor arriving and departing vehicles to the space station. So these teams are both continuing to monitor the flight together. But over the last 6 months, I want to take a look at something. Crew 7 has had what I like to call an astronaut's eye view, and they've taken some pictures to share with us. So these are from the space station. The space station is 250 miles above Earth. They're too far away to make things out like cars, people, or buildings, but they can see other landmarks around the world, and they have these long camera lenses they can use to help zoom in on some familiar sites of our home planet. So on March 5th, the Expedition 70 crew captured Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and its suburbs just across the Guanabara Bay. Toward the bottom is the 8.25 mile long President Costa e Silva Bridge linking Rio de Janeiro with the city of Niterói. In the next image from March 2nd, you can see the San Pedro River snake through the center of some rugged mountainous terrain in Bolivia, nearly splitting the image in half. And finally, our last photo for the morning, the crew captured the city lights of the Denver, Colorado area on February 29th. If you look in the top left, you'll see an aurora, which crowns a portion of Canada. And of course, we do get imagery from satellites that take photos of Earth, but the International Space Station is really unique in these viewing opportunities because astronauts and cosmonauts can tell scientists on the ground what they're observing and what stands out in real time. So what we're observing here in Mission Control Houston today, again, Crew 7 undocking scheduled for 10:20 a.m. Central Time. With that coming up in just about 10 minutes, I'm going to send it back to Jesse and Sandra in Hawthorne.
Thanks, Leah. And those pictures were pretty awesome. It's always cool to see what the astronauts' point of view is when they're on the International Space Station.
Yeah, absolutely. My favorite was the one of Denver, Colorado. You know, Denver is the mile-high city, and right now the International Space Station is actually flying 263 miles.
SpaceX copies, visors down.
And so that call out up to the commander of Dragon, Jasmine Mogbelli, NASA astronaut, just letting the ground know that her visors are down as well as her crewmates. That's one more milestone that they check off ahead of undocking here. We are expecting undocking at 8:20 a.m. Pacific this morning, so coming up here in less than 10 minutes.
And again, at the moment, Dragon is in its final configuration before undocking, and we've already had the go, no go poll, and we are go for proceeding with the undocking.
And just like during its approach to the International Space Station, Dragon's departure and deorbit is designed to be fully autonomous, which requires no action from the crew on board. Departure is typically a little bit faster and easier since the crew doesn't have to stop at any of the waypoints, like when we see a vehicle arrive and dock to the International Space Station.
Once the undocking sequence is complete, Dragon will use its Draco engines to thrust away from the station in a series of 5 departure burns, which are carefully choreographed maneuvers that will increase the distance between the spacecraft and the space station. From there, a phasing burn will place Dragon on a trajectory back to Earth.
So again, we did have that go, no-go poll take place a few minutes ago. Everything is on time and going smoothly, looking like we're going to have a great undocking this morning. So again, we are just a few minutes away from our targeted undock this morning. We're planning to have that undock occur at 8:20 a.m. Pacific. And the journey home will be not quite 24 hours, but the crew will splash down off the coast of Florida early tomorrow morning. Before they depart the International Space Station, let's take a moment to get to know the crew we're bringing home tomorrow. Lieutenant Colonel Jasmine Mogbelli hails from Baldwin, New York, and earned a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and a master's degree in aerospace engineering from the Naval Postgraduate School. She also graduated with honors from the U.S. Naval Test Pilot School. As an AH-1W Super Cobra pilot and Marine Corps test pilot, she has flown more than 150 combat missions. In all, she accrued 2,000 hours of flight time in more than 25 different aircraft.
Undock sequence commanded.
And we did just hear that call up to the crew that the undock sequence has begun. So to continue talking about the commander of Dragon today, NASA astronaut Jasmine Mogbelli.
Umbilicals are demated, nominal.
And we are hearing that the umbilicals have retracted between Dragon and the International Space Station. So the next milestone that we'll be looking for is for those sets of hooks to fully retract. There's 2 sets of 6 hooks, so 12 hooks in all. And once those hooks have separated, then there will be a short thruster firing that occurs of the Draco engines to help push Dragon back away from the International Space Station. So we are in a night pass right now, so we may not have the best views of that undocking as it occurs, but we will continue, of course, to provide live updates as we hear them. And so back to Jasmine. In all, she has accrued 2,000 hours of flight time in more than 25 different aircraft. At the time of her selection as an astronaut, Mogbelli was testing H-1 helicopters and serving as the Quality Assurance and Avionics Officer for VMX-1. She's also the proud mom of twin girls. With this mission, she will have logged an estimated 199 days in space during her first flight, including 6 hours and 42 minutes during her first spacewalk. Today, she is the commander of Crew 7.
Sitting next to Jasmine is pilot Andreas Mogensen. This is Mogensen's second trip to the space station. His first was as the flight engineer for the ESA-IRIS mission in 2015. He was born in Copenhagen, Denmark, and graduated with an international baccalaureate from the Copenhagen International School, a master's degree in aeronautical engineering from Imperial College London, and a doctorate in aerospace engineering from the University of Texas at Austin. In 2015, Mogensen became the first Danish person to go to space and currently is serving as the European Astronaut Liaison Officer to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. With this mission, he will have logged 209 days in space across 2 flights.
In the role of mission specialist is Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Satoshi Furukawa. Furukawa's interest in space began when he was just 5 years old and saw the Apollo 11 moon landing on TV. He was also a fan of the Japanese...
First set of hooks are open and nominal.
And we did just hear the call out that that first set of hooks has successfully opened. Everything is going on track perfectly smoothly this morning. Again, there's 2 sets of hooks, each in a group of 6, so 12 in all. So halfway through, and we'll continue to monitor those hooks opening as we continue to tell you about the rest of the crew. So Furukawa was also a fan of the Japanese TV space hero Ultra 7. His professional career began as a medical doctor, but after seeing a news report about Japan auditioning for new astronauts to do science experiments on the space station, he decided to apply. He was selected by the National Space Development Agency of Japan to be an astronaut candidate in 1999, and his first mission to the space station was as flight engineer for Expedition 28 and 29 that launched from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in June 2011. Following this mission, he will have logged 366 days in space across his 2 trips.
And to round it out, mission specialist Konstantin Borisov was selected to be a cosmonaut in 2018, and this was his first trip to space. He has a Bachelor of Economics from the Russian Academy of Economics, a Master of Science in Operations Research and Systems Analysis from Warwick University in Coventry, UK, and a Master in Aircraft Life Support Systems from the Moscow Aviation Institute. He has worked for companies such as Volvo and the Boston Consulting Group. He's also an experienced freediving instructor and an international freediving judge. He will end this mission logging 199 days in space. And we are just about a minute away from the expected undocking time. We're currently in the procedures to undock. We've already decoupled the umbilicals from the Dragon spacecraft and the space station, and the first set of 6 hooks of the 12 total hooks have been confirmed.
All hooks are open.
And so we did just get that call that that second set of 6 hooks is now open. So to continue to walk us through the separation of Dragon from the International Space Station, let's toss it over to Leah Cheshire in Mission Control,
Dragon
Houston.
separation confirmed.
Thanks, Sandra. We just heard that separation is confirmed. The International Space Station and Dragon flying 261 statute miles over Hawaii at 10:20 a.m. Central Time, 11:20 a.m. Eastern Time. Just received confirmation of a nominal depart zero burn.
Complete and nominal.
Depart zero burn being a very short burn using the service section Draco thrusters to break some stiction from Dragon and the International Space Station, officially marking its departure. We are standing by for depart burn 1, which will increase the opening rate between the spacecraft and the station. Again, at this time, the crew are all suited up and in their seats. They'll have an opportunity to get out of those suits shortly and prepare for their longer ride home. Again, the departure of Dragon Endurance this morning coming at 10:20 a.m. Central Time, 11:20 a.m. Eastern Time, as the International Space Station and Dragon were flying 260 statute miles over Hawaii. That means Jasmine, Andy, Satoshi, and Constantine have completed their journey aboard the space station, wrapping up 197 days on the orbiting laboratory. By the time they splash down tomorrow, the crew will have reached 199 total days in space since their launch on August 26th. Of course, we are still monitoring here. On the right side of your screen, you see Mission Control Houston, led by Flight Director Judd Freeling. This team continues to monitor the departure of Dragon until it's outside the approach ellipsoid. There's another milestone we'll hit before that. That's the keep out sphere. These are two invisible boundaries around the International Space Station that teams use to monitor arriving and departing spacecraft. Once Dragon Endurance exits the approach ellipsoid, it will continue moving toward its journey home, but the teams here in Houston will no longer be in joint operations with the teams in Mission Control Hawthorne on the left side of your screen. That team will continue monitoring the Dragon Endurance's journey itself, along with our 4 crew members aboard, and the team here on the right will remain working on International Space Station operations. And we're just moments away from depart burn 1. This is a short burn, about 22 seconds, and will continue to increase the distance between the space station and Dragon Endurance. As we stand by for depart burn 1, teams here in Mission Control Houston continue to monitor the departure of Dragon Endurance, and I'm going to send it back to my colleagues Jesse and Sandra to continue walking you through this process.
Thanks, Leah. As Leah mentioned, we are waiting for departure burn 1. That is expected to be about 5 minutes after undocking. The undocking procedure begins, which is 8:25 a.m. Pacific Time or 11:25 a.m. Eastern Time, and you can see on your screen a graphic of how this procedure works. We've already had depart burn 0, and again are just waiting for depart burn 1, and that will increase the initial opening rate between Dragon and the space station.
We are about 20 seconds away from that depart burn 1 beginning. At this time, Dragon is 129 meters away from the International Space Station and continuing to get further and further away. Of course, we'll see that number grow following that departure burn as well. About 5 seconds away from that burn beginning. Standing by for confirmation that the depart burn 1 has begun. And we did hear that that burn has begun.
Again, this burn is only 22 seconds long, so it's a pretty short burn.
And Dragon, SpaceX, depart burn 1 is complete and nominal. As a reminder, we will be deactivating the big loop following the approach ellipsoid exit.
Okay, Dragon copies. Depart 1 burn is complete. And station from Dragon, we wish you the best of luck. For those staying on board on Expedition 71, we hope it does filled with laughter and fulfilling science as ours was. For Laurel, we'll see you in a couple weeks, and we left you some peanut butter and tortillas in Node 1.
Hey, Jaws, Andy, Satoshi, Kosha, congrats on the departure. I miss you guys already, and thanks for that very generous gift. We'll treasure it.
You're very welcome, Laurel.
Have a beautiful flight. Enjoy the last few hours in orbit and soft landings. Can't wait to see you guys in a couple weeks.
Thanks, Laurel. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
Miss you guys already. See ya.
Hey, thanks from Dragon. We go to come on and see us, right?
Yes, Dragon, we're glad to have you aboard. We're going to be turning off the fasten seatbelt sign shortly, so you have that go for 4.012, and we're going to take cameras external.
Okay, copy. Go for 4.012, and copy taking the cameras external. Thank you.
Okay, so we...
And on the big loop, Dragon has exited the keep out sphere. Safe travels, Crew 7, and we'll see you at home.
Dragon copies. Thanks, Houston. We look forward to seeing you all shortly.
And so we did hear quite a bit of communication back and forth on the loops there from the ground, as well as between the International Space Station, Laurel O'Hara, who is remaining on board for a couple more weeks, and then NASA astronaut Jasmine Mugbelli, who is the commander of Dragon, thanking Mission Control for their time in orbit and all the hard work that the folks put in, as well as saying that they left maybe a secret peanut butter surprise for Laurel on Space Station. We also did hear that Dragon exited the keep out sphere. So this keep out sphere is an imaginary sphere or a boundary which is 200 meters in radius around the International Space Station. It's one of several safety zones set up to govern visiting vehicles either arriving or departing the space station. Before moving into the keep out sphere, spacecraft have to be configured where they would not cross the imaginary boundary for at least 4 orbits, even if the spacecraft lost all maneuvering capabilities.
And we are now waiting for Dragon to exit the approach ellipsoid, or the AE, which is another imaginary shape, this time a 3-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 by 2 by 2 kilometers in the same family as the keep-out sphere. One of the key differences with the AE is that vehicles outside of it have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory. That means the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours, again, even if it lost all maneuvering. So we'll listen for that call out once we hear confirmation that Dragon is outside of the AE.
And we did also hear comms about the big loop being deconfigured after the approach ellipsoid is moved past. The big loop is a way for the crew in Hawthorne, California, which you see there on your screen, as well as Mission Control Houston, and the crew on Space Station and the crew in Dragon can all communicate on one big loop and have communications freely flowing between them. So we call this portion integrated operations, and once we do exit the approach ellipsoid, we will end those integrated operations, and we are expecting the approach ellipsoid exit in about 9 minutes or so from now. So
SpaceX Dragon on com check. We have you the same.
And on board Dragon, the crew is going to begin to work on getting out of their spacesuits for the journey ahead. They are splashing down early tomorrow morning, so they're going to get comfortable. They do wear those spacesuits during some of the more dynamic phases of the mission, such as launch, as well as docking and undocking, and of course splashdown. But now that they have successfully undocked from the International Space Station at 8:20 Pacific, about 12 and a half minutes ago, they are able to get out of those spacesuits, get comfortable, maybe have a meal, and just enjoy their last few hours in orbit.
Yeah, and you may have heard the Corps that they are going external. That means that they are giving the crew privacy on board of Dragon. And we also, unfortunately, haven't been able to get any external views of Dragon just yet because we've been in orbital nighttime. So it is pretty hard to get some views when it's dark outside. But as soon as we're able to get some good views, we will definitely share them with all of you that is tuned in today.
And the International Space Station is currently flying 264 statute miles over the South Pacific Ocean. And Dragon, again, undocked at 8:20 a.m. Pacific and is now 485 meters away from the International Space Station. The next major milestone that we're looking ahead towards is when Dragon exits the approach ellipsoid. That's that 4 kilometer by 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer imaginary oval around the International Space Station. So we are expecting that in about 6 minutes or so from now.
Crew 7 spent 199 days in space, with 197 days docked to the International Space Station. And during this time, they completed 3,184 orbits of the Earth, traveling more than 84 million statute miles.
The crew also saw the arrival of 7 visiting vehicles, including SpaceX's 28th Commercial Resupply Services mission, Northrop Grumman's 20th Commercial Resupply mission, 2 Russian Progress Resupply ships, 86P and 87P, 2 crewed SpaceX Dragon vehicles carrying the Axiom Mission 3 crew, and of course, just last week, Crew 8. They also saw the departure of 7 visiting vehicles, including the Dragon for SpaceX's 29th Commercial Resupply Services mission, the Cygnus spacecraft for Northrop Grumman's 19th resupply mission, 2 Russian Progress resupply ships, 84P and 85P, as well as 2 crewed Dragon spacecraft, carrying the Axiom 3 crew and Crew 6 home, as well as a Russian Soyuz vehicle for the MS-23 mission that returned NASA astronaut Frank Rubio to Earth following his record-breaking mission in which he broke the record for the longest single spaceflight by a U.S. astronaut. And just saying that is a mouthful, so I'm sure this crew is ready to be home after a very successful mission. We saw a lot of visiting vehicles, a lot of space station traffic, and in addition to that, they worked on hundreds of science experiments during their 6-month mission. And as we continue to monitor Dragon exiting the approach ellipsoid, I'm going to toss it back over to my colleague, Leah Cheshire, who's going to walk us through the next steps from Mission Control Houston. Over to you, Leah.
Thanks, Sandra. Now over 15 minutes since undocking this morning, and you mentioned science experiments. Let's talk about one of those. Over the last 23 years, crews aboard the International Space Station have completed thousands of scientific and educational experiments, and of course, Crew 7 added to that number during their 6-month mission. One of those studies was CIPHER, which stands for the Complement of Integrated Protocols for Human Exploration Research. Of course, you know we're looking for longer journeys to the Moon and Mars, so scientists are examining how extended time in space affects the human body. Astronauts on missions of various lengths can participate in an integrated set of studies that monitors their health before, during, and after missions. Results could play a pivotal role in ensuring the safety, health, and success of astronauts on deep space exploration missions. CIPHER began with Crew 7 and is continuing now with Crew 8, which just launched and arrived to the space station last week. As you mentioned, we are standing by for Dragon to exit the approach ellipsoid. That's the 2 by 2 by 4 kilometer invisible sphere around the space station, which we use to monitor arriving and departing spacecraft. That is monitored by the team in Mission Control Houston, and once they exit, we will be out of joint operations. Of course, this team continues to stay in the room and monitor all things space station 365 days a year. After joint operations are over, we do transition out of the big loop. This is the loop used for communications between all parties involved in the arrival and departure of Dragon. That means the space station, Dragon, Mission Control Houston, and Mission Control Hawthorne all on the same loop for easy and streamlined communications. We will take that down once they are out of this vicinity of the space station, and we previously heard Jasmine Mogbelli testing out the Dragon communication loops to ensure we had good comms there, and we did receive that confirmation. Jasmine Mogbelli, while aboard the International Space Station, conducted one spacewalk with her colleague Laurel O'Hara, who we heard some words from just shortly after Dragon's departure this morning. Again, that departure at 10:20 a.m. Central Time, 11:20 a.m. Eastern. Their spacewalk lasted 6 hours and 42 minutes. It was the only spacewalk conducted for crew members on this spacecraft. Again, standing by for Dragon Endurance's departure from the approach ellipsoid. This is the third flight, and therefore the third return to Earth for Dragon Endurance. It first flew on Crew 3 in November 2021. Then later again, almost a year later, Crew 5 launched in October 2022. And of course, for Crew 7, who is coming back to Earth today, August 2023. Crew 7 was the first crew in which all 4 seats were occupied by a member of a different nationality or a different partner country. Jasmine Mogbelli is our NASA astronaut aboard, joined by Andreas Mogensen of ESA, the European Space Agency. Satoshi Furukawa is from the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA, and Konstantin Borisov comes to us from Roscosmos. It was the first flight for Jasmine and Konstantin, and the second flight for both Andreas and Satoshi. And just a reminder that after we exit the approach ellipsoid today, we will wrap up our coverage on this broadcast and webcast. However, we will not be leaving you hanging. We're going to continue with some mission audio coverage all the way through the flight home for Crew 7. You can find that on nasa.gov and by searching our mission audio coverage on YouTube. Again, we're standing by for approach ellipsoid exit. Teams here in Mission Control Houston continuing to monitor the departure of Crew 7 and our 4 crew members, and as they prepare to rejoin the population of Earth tomorrow morning. With that, I'm going to send it back to my colleagues in Hawthorne, Jesse and Sandra, to continue walking us through Dragon's departure.
Thanks, Leah. Again, we are waiting for Dragon to exit the approach ellipsoid, or the AE, which is another imaginary shape. This is a 3-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 by 2 by 2 kilometers in the same family as the Keep Out sphere. One of the key differences with the AE is that the vehicles outside of it have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory. That means that the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours, again, even if it lost all maneuvering. So we are just waiting for that call out for confirmation that Dragon is outside of the AE.
As we continue to stand by for that call out that Dragon has exited the approach ellipsoid. If you're just joining us, Dragon undocked from the International Space Station 21 minutes ago at 8:20 a.m. And we did just hear that confirmation that Dragon is now outside of the approach ellipsoid. That was the call we were waiting on. Again, that's another imaginary shape. It's a 3-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers in the same family as the Keep Out sphere, which was exited earlier this morning. One of the key differences with the approach ellipsoid is that vehicles outside it.
Dragon is ground. On Dragon, you have a go for your preparation duty at your discretion. We're ready to support in case you like to support and search and like to talk to. And a reminder that your audio destination ground.
SpaceX, Dragon on Dragon to ground. We copy all. We can network go to configure for crew off duty.
Good repack, Dragon. Good repack, Dragon.
And those words from the ground up to NASA astronaut Jasmine Mogbelli, letting them know that now that they're out of the approach ellipsoid, they can get configured for a crew off-duty period as they wait splashdown early tomorrow morning. The crew is going to get out of their spacesuits and get comfortable for the remainder of their journey. So again, the crew is now out of the approach ellipsoid, which means that the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours, again, even if it lost all maneuvering, and we call that a safe free drift trajectory.
And with that, now that NASA astronaut Jasmine Mogbelli, ESA astronaut Andy Mogeson, JAXA astronaut Satoshi Furukawa, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov have departed the International Space Station, it will take them about 18 and a half hours until they make their way back down to Earth. The crew is currently doffing their spacesuits, or they may have actually completely gotten out of their spacesuits to settle in for the flight home. And today, Dragon is targeted to splash down off the coast of Florida at 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning, or 2:50 a.m. Pacific Time, on March 12th, followed by the crew getting picked up by sea by one of SpaceX's recovery vessels. As they rest up, our teams here will continue to keep an eye on the weather to ensure a safe return to Earth for Dragon and our Crew 7 astronauts.
And though our coverage here in Hawthorne is wrapping up for this morning, we will turn it over to the NASA team in Houston to take us through the next phases of the Crew 7 mission. Our friends at the Johnson Space Center will provide continuous live audio-only coverage along Crew 7's journey home until we rejoin from Hawthorne approximately 1 hour prior to splashdown. You can find the audio-only link by visiting nasa.gov/live and clicking the mission audio link, or searching for NASA Mission Audio Live feed on YouTube at go.nasa.gov/live ISS.
Meanwhile, we will rejoin for live visual coverage starting roughly 1 hour prior to splashdown. And as always, you can find mission updates on X at NASA, at SpaceX, and on the web at nasa.gov. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you again soon.
Dragon SpaceX ground has pulled go for depart burn 2. Details are available on your forward view.
Dragon copies, go for depart burn 2.
If you're joining us, you are watching our live feed from the International Space Station. For the next approximately 18 hours, we'll be bringing you live audio-only coverage of Dragon's departure from the International Space Station, Dragon Endurance and Crew 7 undocking from the orbiting laboratory about 33 minutes ago at 10:20 a.m. Central Time. Since undocking, Dragon has gone through undock burns 1 and 2, as well as depart burns 0 and 1. Next up, they will go through depart burn 2 around 11:10, 11:15 a.m. Central Time. Again, our crew members on Crew 7 are NASA astronaut Jasmine Mugbelly, ESA or European Space Agency astronaut Andy Mogensen, JAXA, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Satoshi Furukawa, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. They spent 197 days aboard the International Space Station, and by the time they splash down tomorrow, will accumulated a total of 199 days in space. They launched to the International Space Station on August 26, 2023. Again, if you are tuning in, we are bringing you live audio coverage from Mission Control Houston at the Johnson Space Center in Texas. Crew 7 undocked from the International Space Station at 10:20 a.m. Central Time, targeting a splashdown tomorrow morning approximately 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time off the coast of Florida. Next major milestone for Dragon Endurance on its return to Earth is the Depart 2 burn. Standing by for that, coming up at approximately 11:13 a.m. Central. So a little less than 12 minutes from now. After Depart Burn 3, we won't see, or Depart Burn 2, we won't see Depart Burn 3 until later in the hour, approximately 11:59 a.m. Central Time. We'll also anticipate seeing the departure phase burn this afternoon, and that'll wrap up the burns for today. We will next have the prop wasting burn tomorrow morning. And if we fast forward to tomorrow morning, we will get into our deorbit procedures. First, the spacecraft will maneuver to the trunk separation attitude, and the claw will separate the trunk from the spacecraft. That trunk will burn up upon re-entry in the Earth's atmosphere. Crew Dragon, however, will continue its journey until a safe splashdown off the coast of Florida, again targeting 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time. After trunk separation, we'll get into the deorbit burn using those forward bulkhead Draco thrusters. Deorbit burn is a long, powerful burn over 13 minutes long, committing the spacecraft to re-entry to the Earth's atmosphere. Now, before this point, we could always change our splashdown location if needed, if weather were to change. However, all of the weather that we're looking at is good and continues to be go for the crew to re-enter. After the deorbit burn is complete tomorrow morning, the nose cone will close with those forward bulkhead Dracos having fired for the last time. Eventually, the re-entry process will begin. We will lose communications with the crew briefly. This is due to plasma buildup outside the spacecraft. After we regain signal and they've re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, we will see the drogue chutes deploy, followed by the main chutes.
Dragon, go ahead.
Are we drinking out of the Orion drink bags for water we want now, or are we saving those for some other time?
Copy on the question. I honestly have no clue. Let me get back to you.
Okay.
And Dragon, it sounds like the Orion drinking bags are only for fluid loading. How copy?
Copy. We'll only use those for fluid loading, so we'll go with the bottles first.
Sounds good.
And you just heard some communication between the Dragon crew, notably Jasmine McBelly of NASA. She was speaking with the CORE, the Crew Operations and Resource Engineer in Hawthorne, essentially the Capcom equivalent that we have here in Houston. The CORE is the single person in SpaceX Mission Control that speaks with the crew aboard the spacecraft to keep things streamlined and all communication coming from one party. Mogbelli was asking about one of the tests that the crew is performing. That is some new drink bags that are being tested for the Orion spacecraft and its future use as we prepare to go to the moon. Dragon is entirely autonomous, and the spacecraft is now positioning itself for its depart burn 2. Depart burn 2 is conducted at the apogee, or the highest point of Dragon's orbit. This sends Dragon down, lowering its perigee, or the lowest point, beneath the station, so Dragon moves out and in front. That depart burn 2 is scheduled to last about 45 seconds. And again, we're expecting that burn to happen in about 6 minutes. Today's departure comes just 6 days after the arrival of Crew 8 to the International Space Station. Crew 8 arrived with NASA astronauts Matt Dominic, Mike Barrett, and Jeanette Epps, as well as Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Grabyankin. It's about 4:07 p.m. aboard the International Space Station, which uses Greenwich Mean Time, and the crew aboard is continuing their research following monitoring of the departure operations. Laurel O'Hara was prime for monitoring those departure operations this morning. Of course, however, the prime monitor in general is Jasmine Mogbelli from Inside Dragon. Everything happened smoothly this morning with undocking right on time at 10:28 a.m. Central. hearing from the teams here in Mission Control Houston that the departure monitoring tools for Dragon that are on the space station side used by Laurel O'Hara have been taken down for the morning, so her job is complete. She'll now move into the rest of her scheduled research and experiment work for the day. O'Hara is preparing to return to Earth. She launched in September 2023 and will be returning later this month. Ahead of her return, however, on March 21st, we will see the launch of NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson aboard a Soyuz spacecraft to the International Space Station. Anticipating depart burn 2 in about 2 minutes. Again, that'll be a 45-second burn. Now less than 1 minute of depart burn 2 for Crew 7 aboard Dragon Endurance. And depart burn 2 has begun, again, right on time. We are anticipating this to last approximately 45 seconds. Confirmation depart burn 2 is complete.
Dragon SpaceX depart burn 2 nominal.
Dragon copies, depart burn 2 nominal.
The next burn will be depart burn 3, coming up in about 45 minutes, so 11:59 a.m. Central Time. That burn should last about 63 seconds. Again, we are targeting a splashdown off the coast of Florida tomorrow morning at 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time. The International Space Station and Dragon are currently flying 256 statute miles over South Sudan. All things continue to be nominal for both spacecraft. The space station is entering an orbital nighttime. The orbiting laboratory sees a sunrise or a sunset every 45 minutes as it is traveling at orbital velocity 17,500 miles per hour. Again, we are live here in Mission Control Houston. We are now just over an hour since Dragon Endurance undocked from the International Space Station, wrapping up the Crew 7 mission aboard the orbiting laboratory. Crew 7, comprised of Jeanette Epps, Crew 7 comprised of Jasmine Mugbelli, Andy Mogensen, Satoshi Furukawa, and Konstantin Borisov, spent 197 days aboard the orbiting laboratory, and by the time they splash down tomorrow morning at approximately 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time, they will have spent 199 days aboard the International Space Station, aboard Dragon and in space. So far, Dragon's departure continues to go as planned, having conducted both undock burns, depart burns 1, 0, 1, and 2, having been recently completed just about 10 minutes ago. Next up, depart burn 3 will be coming up in approximately 37 minutes. We won't hear much communication with the crew aboard Dragon Endurance, considering they will be entering some off-duty time. They have this time to get some sleep, eat, enjoy some views of Earth before they return to Earth tomorrow morning, splashing down off the coast of Florida. Currently aboard the International Space Station, we have 7 astronauts and cosmonauts. That includes Oleg Kononenko, Nikolai Chub, Konstantin Borisov, and Alexander Grabyankin of Roscosmos, and Laurel O'Hara, Matthew Dominic, Mike Barrett, and Jeanette Epps of NASA. Currently aboard the International Space Station, the crew's work day continues. Laurel O'Hara, who was primed for monitoring the undocking from the space station side this morning, has moved into some cargo transfer ops from the Cygnus spacecraft. Meanwhile, Matt Dominic is exercising. Crews are required to get approximately 2 hours of exercise a day to help maintain bone and muscle strength ahead of their return to Earth. If you're just joining us, we are live here in Mission Control Houston as we continue to monitor the departure and return of Crew 7 to Earth after 197 days aboard the space station. At the time of splashdown tomorrow, which we are targeting for approximately 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time, Crew 7 will have spent 199 days in space, the first flight for 2 of its members. We had an on-time departure this morning at 10:20 a.m. Central Time, 11:20 a.m. Eastern Time. Since then, we've seen all nominal depart burns. The next of those will be depart burn 3 in approximately 35 minutes. Again, we're live here in Mission Control Houston, monitoring the Crew 7 return to Earth after 197 days aboard the space station. During that time, they made 3,184 orbits of Earth, traveling more than 84 million statute miles. The crew launched on August 26, 2023, and undocked this morning right on time at 11:10 a.m. Central. We anticipate they'll splash down off the coast of Florida tomorrow morning at approximately 5:50 a.m. Eastern. Again, we don't expect a lot of communication from the crew aboard Dragon Endurance. They are able to get into sort of a crew rest period, use that time as they prefer. They're allowed to get out of their suits, and they should be out of their suits at this point. Those are used only for dynamic operations. Be a little more comfortable as they get into some sleep opportunities, as well as eating meals, looking outside the window, and enjoying a last few hours in space. Station and Dragon are in an orbital nighttime. Again, we see a sunset or a sunrise every 45 minutes aboard the International Space Station, traveling at orbital velocity, approximately 17,500 miles per hour. The International Space Station itself is crossing over the border between Russia and China at 263 statute miles above Earth. Again, next major milestone for Dragon and Crew 7 will be depart burn 3, coming up now in 20 minutes. Now over an hour and 20 minutes since Crew 7 wrapped up their mission aboard the International Space Station this morning, undocking at 10:20 a.m. Central, 11:20 a.m. Eastern Time. That was 197 days aboard the orbiting laboratory, where they completed and worked on over 200 science experiments. Some of that is returning with them in Dragon. The crew members this morning were working to load some of those cargo bags, including some polar bags and freezers that help bring home the critical science that needs to stay cold. After the crew is extracted or removed from the vehicle or the spacecraft, tomorrow following splashdown, that science will be removed and delivered to researchers within just a few hours of it returning to Earth. Just a few minutes away until the International Space Station enters an orbital daytime, currently flying 262 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean. Dragon continues to distance itself from the International Space Station, having recently completed Depart Burn 2. The next of these burns will be Depart Burn 3, coming up in about 11 minutes 20 seconds. We're now less than 10 minutes away from Depart Burn 3, continuing to distance Dragon, Endurance, and Crew 7 from the International Space Station, where they undocked this morning at 10:20 a.m. Central, 11:20 a.m. Eastern, flying over Hawaii. That wraps up 197 days in space for the crew aboard the space station, and by the time they splash down tomorrow morning at approximately 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time, they will have completed 199 days in space. Our mission audio only coverage will continue until we bring back up our full video broadcast shortly before the deorbit burn, or actually shortly before the claw separation and trunk separation tomorrow morning. And to continue bringing you on this ride with Dragon, I will transition over to my colleague Shaniqua Vereen, who will be monitoring the International Space Station and Crew 7 aboard Dragon as they continue their journey home.
Dragon SpaceX, ground is go for Depart Burn 3, slew in progress.
Dragon copies, go for Depart Burn 3.
If you're just joining us, you're listening to live mission audio coverage for NASA's Crew 7 departure from the International Space Station. A successful undocking happened this morning at 10:20 a.m. Central Time, 11:20 Eastern Time. We're expecting a splashdown off the coast of Florida around 5:50 a.m. Tuesday morning. Crew 7 spent 199 days aboard the International Space Station. Assuming the splashdown occurs on time tomorrow at 5:50 a.m., we'll have spent 199 days in orbit. The Crew 7, composed of Andy Mogensen, NASA astronaut Jasmine Mobelli, JAXA astronaut Satoshi Furukawa, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. The crew saw 7 visiting vehicles during their stay: 2 SpaceX Cargo Dragon vehicles, 2 Russian Progress resupply ships, 2 SpaceX Crew Dragons, and 1 Northrop Grumman Cygnus vehicle. The crew also saw a departure of 7 vehicles: 1 SpaceX Cargo Dragon, 2 SpaceX Crew Dragons, 2 Russian Progress resupply ships, 1 Northrop Grumman Cygnus vehicle, and 1 Russian Soyuz vehicle. During their stay aboard the International Space Station, 2 of the new flyers, Jasmine Mobelli, conducted her first EVA, totaling 6 hours and 42 minutes, and Laura O'Hara, who came up on a Soyuz spacecraft, also conducted a EVA, or spacewalk, that lasted 6 hours and 42 minutes, giving her a career total of 6 hours and 42 minutes of spacewalking time. This morning we saw the crew undock successfully. They've had some successful nominal depart burns. We are waiting just about 2 minutes now for depart burn 3 to occur. We're just under a minute to depart burn 3. And depart burn 3 has begun. We're looking for about a 63-second burn here. Again, this burn is to help Dragon successfully deorbit or begin its deorbit trajectory towards Earth. Again, we are looking for a splashdown at 5:50 a.m. Tuesday, March 12th for Crew 7. That will be off the coast of Florida.
Dragon SpaceX, burn nominal.
Copies.
And that was a nominal depart burn 3. If you're just tuning in, you're listening to live mission audio from NASA's SpaceX Crew 7 undocking from the International Space Station. Crew 7 had a successful undocking at 10:20 a.m. Central Time, 11:20 Eastern Time. We are looking for the crew to splash down off the coast of Florida at 5:50 a.m. Tuesday, March 12th. If you're just joining us, you're listening to live mission audio coverage of NASA's Crew 7 departure from the International Space Station. The crew had a successful undocking at 10 a.m. Central Time, 11:20 a.m. Eastern Time. We're expecting Crew 7 to splash down off the coast of Florida at 5:50 a.m. tomorrow, Tuesday, March 12th. The crew had nominal burns, depart burns from the International Space Station this morning. And just under 5 minutes ago, we had depart burn 3. That was a 63-second burn that helped orient Crew 7 Dragon Endurance to prepare for its deorbit burn later today. Crew 7 consists of ESA astronaut Andy Mogensen, NASA astronaut Jasmine Mogbelli, JAXA astronaut Satoshi Furukawa, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. Crew 7 spent 199 days in space. They had 3,184 orbits. The crew saw the arrival of 7 visiting vehicles. That's 2 SpaceX Cargo Dragon vehicles, 2 Russian Progress resupply ships, 2 SpaceX Crew Dragons, and 1 Northrop Grumman Cygnus vehicle. The crew also saw the departure of 7 visiting vehicles, 1 SpaceX Cargo Dragon, 2 SpaceX Crew Dragons, 2 Russian Progress resupply ships, 1 Northrop Grumman Cygnus vehicle, and 1 Russian Soyuz vehicle. Mogbelli and O'Hara. Mogbelli from Crew 7, O'Hara, who came up on a Soyuz spacecraft, both conducted their first spacewalk, totaling 6 hours and 42 minutes. Again, we're expecting this Crew 7 to splash down off the coast of Florida. That time is 5:50 a.m. Tuesday, March 12th. If you're just joining us, this is live mission coverage from NASA's ISS Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas. We're covering the undocking of NASA's SpaceX Crew 7 mission. We had a successful undocking this morning at 10:20 a.m. Central Time, 11:20 a.m. Eastern Time, where 4 astronauts undocked from the International Space Station. The undocking took place over Hawaii. This international crew includes NASA astronaut Jasmine Mobelli, Andreas Mogensen of European Space Agency, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency's Satoshi Furukawa, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. Their mission will have lasted 199 days, assuming an on-time splashdown tomorrow, March 12th. We are expecting splashdown to occur at 5:50 a.m. Central Time tomorrow, Tuesday, March 12th. The crew is scheduled to splash down again off the coast of Florida, and that is at 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time, 4:30 a.m. Central Time. Coverage of splashdown is currently scheduled to begin at 4:30 a.m. Eastern Time, 3:30 a.m. Central Time. Crew 7 riding aboard SpaceX's Crew Dragon Endurance launched to the International Space Station August 26 for a 6-month stay aboard the orbiting laboratory. They performed hundreds of experiments, packed and unpacked several cargo ships of supplies, and hosted the private Axiom SpaceX 3 crew during their brief stay aboard the International Space Station. Mokbeli was a part of the 4th all-woman spacewalk on November 1st, 2023, alongside NASA astronaut Laura O'Hare. O'Hare arrived separately on a Russian Soyuz spacecraft. Together, the duo replaced a faulty electronics box, among other duties. If you're just joining us, this is live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 7 departure from the International Space Station. NASA SpaceX Crew 7, with its 4 astronauts, undocked from the International Space Station at 11:20 a.m. Eastern Time. The undocking took place over Hawaii. The international crew includes NASA astronaut Jasmine Mokbeli, Andreas Mogensen of the European Space Agency, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency Satoshi Furukawa, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. Their mission lasted 199 days, assuming on-time splashdown tomorrow, March 12th. Splashdown is currently targeted for 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time. Should the return continue as scheduled, Crew 7 should splash down off the coast of Florida no earlier than, again, Tuesday, March 12th at 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time. But that will be dependent on splashdown site selection. Coverage is currently scheduled to begin at 4:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Crew 7, riding aboard SpaceX Crew Dragon Endurance, launched the International Space Station on August 26th for a 6-month stay aboard the orbiting complex. They performed hundreds of experiments, packed and unpacked several cargo ships of supplies, and hosted the private Axiom Space X-3 crew during their brief stay for about 2 weeks aboard the International Space Station. NASA astronaut Jasmine Mokbeli, a part of Crew 7 today headed home, was a part of the 4th ever all-woman spacewalk on November 1st, 2023, alongside NASA astronaut Laura O'Hara, who arrived on the ISS separately on a Russian Soyuz spacecraft. The duo headed out the hatch again on November 1st, 2023, and they replaced a faulty electronics box. Again, the crew has had some great milestones thus far this morning. After their undock, they had a total of 4 burns, depart burns to orient Dragon and prepare it for its deorbit burn later today. Again, we are targeting a splashdown off the coast of Florida, and we're looking for a splashdown to happen around 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time. There's currently not a lot of dynamic ops right now as the crew is in the off-duty status. Once the crew is on duty, we will be closer to the splashdown time frame. We may get views from external and internal from Dragon once we're back live on NASA television. Again, we are targeted right now for a 4:30 a.m. Eastern Time for live coverage to begin. If you're just joining us, this is live mission audio coverage of NASA SpaceX Crew 7 departure from the International Space Station. Crew 7 had a nominal departure this morning at 11:20 a.m. Eastern Time, where the International Space Station and Dragon Endurance flew over Hawaii as the undocking occurred. The international crew consists of NASA astronaut Jasmine Wilk-Belly, Andreas Mogensen of the European Space Agency, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency Satoshi Furukawa, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. Their mission will have lasted 199 days, assuming an on-time splashdown tomorrow, March 12th. Again, splashdown is scheduled tomorrow, Tuesday, March 12th at 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, timing for splashdown off the coast of Florida is dependent on the splashdown site selection. Current coverage of the NASA mission is going to be covered at 4:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, that's live back on NASA TV for splashdown coverage at 4:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, Crew 7 riding aboard the SpaceX Crew Dragon Endurance launched to the International Space Station on August 26th for a 6-month mission aboard the orbiting laboratory. They performed hundreds of experiments, packed and unpacked several cargo ships of supplies, and hosted the private Axiom Space X-3 crew during their brief 2-week stay aboard the International Space Station. Jasmine Wilk-Belly of Crew 7 was a part of the 4th ever all-woman spacewalk on November 1st, 2023, alongside NASA astronaut Laura O'Hara, who arrived separately in a Russian Soyuz spacecraft. The duo headed out the hatch and replaced a faulty. They headed out the Quest airlock and replaced a faulty electronics box, among other duties. Again, Crew 7 has spent 199 days in space as of tomorrow, when they splash down off the coast of Florida. Again, that time is 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time.
SpaceX Dragon, display power cycle complete.
And Dragon SpaceX, copy, display power cycle complete.
And that was NASA astronaut Jacqueline Mobelli talking to SpaceX flight controllers. And it seems that they have just completed a power cycle of a system on Dragon. It seems that the crew is currently awake, but they are in off-duty status. But you will continue to hear some audio and some communications between the crew to their ground control teams here in Houston, as well as in Hawthorne, California at SpaceX. Currently we are awaiting the crew. They have just about an hour for their phasing burn. Again, these burns are occurring to adjust Dragon's trajectory and get it ready for its deorbit burn later today. We are expecting the crew to splash down off the coast of Florida at 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time. If you're just tuning in, this is live mission audio coverage from NASA SpaceX Crew 7 departure from the International Space Station. NASA SpaceX Crew 7 and its 4 astronauts undocked from the International Space Station at 11:20 a.m. Eastern Time, with their departure occurring over Hawaii. The International Space Station crew includes NASA astronaut Jasmine McBelly, Andreas Mogensen of the European Space Agency, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency Satoshi Furukawa, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. Their mission will have lasted 199 days, assuming splashdown tomorrow morning off the coast of Florida. We are expecting splashdown at 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time. If you're just joining us, this is live mission coverage, audio coverage from NASA's SpaceX Crew 7 departure from the International Space Station. The crew had a successful undock this morning at 11:20 a.m. Eastern Time. The Crew Dragon Endurance also done a few departure burns, and they were successful. Again, these burns are preparing Dragon for its later deorbit burn. We are expecting the phasing burn for Dragon Endurance in just about 39 minutes. Again, preparing Dragon for that deorbit burn, and we're looking for a splashdown off the coast of Florida around 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time. If you're just joining us, this is live mission audio coverage from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas. Earlier this morning, the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft with NASA astronaut Jasmine Mogbelli, ESA astronaut Andreas Mogensen, JAXA astronaut Satoshi Furukawa, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov undocked from the International Space Station at 11:20 a.m. Eastern Time to complete a nearly 6-month science mission. After undocking successfully, the Crew Dragon Endurance had successful departure burns, helping prepare Dragon for that deorbit burn later today. Next up, in just under 15 minutes, is the phasing burn. That phasing burn will correct Dragon's course as it continues to right its trajectory, planning for that deorbit burn later on this evening. Again, we are looking for a splashdown off the coast of Florida in just about 14 hours and 50 minutes. We're targeting a 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time undocking and splashdown off the coast of Florida. We are currently what's called the audio only coverage for Crew 7's free flight and transition to splashdown time. Full coverage will resume at the start of this splashdown broadcast. We are targeting the 4:30 a.m. March 12th for NASA TV coverage to resume. Again, we are targeting currently a splashdown at around 5:50 a.m. on Tuesday, March 12th off the coast of Florida. NASA's SpaceX Crew 7 mission launched August 26, 2023 on a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket from the agency's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And again, this is undocking coverage for NASA's SpaceX Crew 7. And we're looking for a timely splashdown around 5:50 a.m. tomorrow morning. Again, if you're just joining us, this is live mission coverage, audio only, of NASA's SpaceX Crew 7 departure from the International Space Station. After a nominal departure or undock from the International Space Station at 11:20 a.m. Eastern Time, Dragon Endurance did several depart burns to help separate Dragon from International Space Station and prepare it for its deorbit burn. And we're now just about 7.5 minutes out from what is called the phasing burn. The phase burn is performed at first apogee of initial orbit. It brings the spacecraft from insertion orbit at around 190 kilometers at perigee to 20 kilometers from station, perigee now at 180 kilometers. This burn uses thrusters on the forward bulkhead, the very top of Dragon, and around the service section or lower part of the capsule. Bulkhead thrusters are used primarily for the delta velocity burns. These 4 thrusters are located under the nose cone. Again, we're waiting on that phase burn just about 6 minutes from now. And we're just about 1 minute and 30 seconds out from that departure phasing burn. We're expecting that burn to last about 212 seconds, or 3 minutes and 32 seconds. Preparing Dragon for more maneuvers to come in preparation for the deorbit burn later this evening / early morning, where we'll see Dragon slow itself down to fall out of orbit and splash down off the coast of Florida. Again, we're looking for that splashdown time to be around 5:50 a.m. Eastern time. And that departure phasing burn has begun. And we're 1 minute and 15 seconds into that phasing burn. Now 2 minutes and 30 seconds into that phasing burn. And that was a nominal departure facing burn. If you're just joining us, this is live mission audio coverage for NASA SpaceX Crew 7 undocking from the International Space Station. Crew 7 had a nominal undocking this morning at 11:20 a.m. Eastern Time. Shortly after undocking, the Crew 7 Dragon Endurance moved away from the space station with a series of thruster firings, culminating in a planned departure phasing burn, which just happened about 2:11 p.m. Central Time, 3:11 p.m. Eastern Time. After spending a final evening and night in space, the crew will get up and get ready to prepare for re-entry. Jettisoning the Crew Dragon's no longer needed lower trunk section, the spacecraft will fire its braking thrusters for nearly 13.5 minutes, starting around 3:50 a.m. And that it will be the Crew Dragon Endurance's deorbit burn. Again, that's around 3:50 a.m. Eastern Time, Central Time, Tuesday morning. This will slow the ship just enough to drop the far side of the orbit into the atmosphere on a trajectory towards the coast of Florida. Just about a half hour later, the capsule will plunge back into the atmosphere. And 8 minutes after that, the crew's 4 main parachutes will deploy, lowering the Crew Dragon to a gentle splashdown around 5:50 a.m. Assuming an on-time landing, mission duration will be 199 days. just joining us, this is live mission audio coverage of NASA SpaceX Crew 7 departure from the International Space Station. The SpaceX Dragon spacecraft with NASA astronaut Jasmine Mogbelli, ESA astronaut Andreas Mogensen, JAXA astronaut Satoshi Furukawa, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov undocked from the forward-facing port of the International Space Station's Harmony module at 11:20 a.m. Eastern Time to complete a nearly 6-month science mission. NASA coverage of Crew 7's return will continue with audio only, and full coverage will resume at the start of the splashdown broadcast. Real-time audio between Crew 7 and flight controllers at NASA's mission audio stream will remain available and includes conversations with astronauts aboard the space station and live feeds from inside Mission Control Houston. NASA TV coverage will resume at 4:30 a.m. Tuesday morning until Dragon splashes down at approximately 5:50 a.m. on Tuesday morning at Tuesday, March 12th. Off the coast of Florida, Crew 7 members will be recovered. NASA's SpaceX Crew 7 mission launched on August 26, 2023 on a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket from the agency's Kennedy Space Center in Florida.